Just get the chat working. Chat out. Move it over here. Gotta make it floating. How was that? There you go. A tiny bit small over here, maybe. There we go. Okay, so I have to remove this disclaimer or warning here in the runtime chapter, because now we have effectively released. Hey there. We have effectively released. So this warning here is outdated. In fact, this link is broken now. Let's see. Clone iced book.git. Book is the runtime chapter. I guess I can remove all of that. Cool. And also, there's a book TOML here. And here we can use, we're using the MDBook iced for embedding the examples. How did this work? How did I actually do this? It was 4 months ago. Yeah, I can use a tag. Okay. Tag 0130. And so now I can, how does this work? MDBook. Do I even have MDBook? I don't have MDBook installed. Let's install this. I need to add. Thank you, passed me. Having some coffee. I think this is the first time ever I'm going to be focusing on the API reference, like seriously, adding examples and so on. I think it's going to be cool. Gonna end up great. MDBook serve. Wait, I need to install MDBook as well. Is that just MDBook? I think. And then I need to add WASM32 target to my toolchain. All right. Oh, I already have it. Cool. So mdbook serve. Okay. It's downloading iced. Why is it updating the repository though? Maybe it's just, maybe it uses the repo anyways. Glow. Iced-Glyphon. Okay, yeah, it's the correct one. So yeah, it's being served. Let's see. Where is it? 3000. Okay. Yeah, it works. Awesome. So let's commit these changes. See. Wait, it did actually remove the disclaimer, right? Didn't check that. Yeah. All right. Remove. Version warning in runtime chapter. Okay. So now this should compile the thing. And publish it. All right. We'll check it out. Let's go back to iced and compile the documentation again and see what else we can improve here. All right. We got a Pocket Guide over here. Widget button has this little example over here. And then if you press button, you have the same example. And then the button and press handler is not set. Yeah, the disabled example. Okay, I think that's good enough for a button. I'm sure it would. Does it need even more documentation here? I don't think so. So the idea is to add this to every module or every widget module, like a bit of a quick example of how to use it. Also, I think we should probably copy this example as well, and we should include it in the function helpers so that you get like a bit of redundancy doesn't actually hurt, right? So let's do that. Well, that's taking a while. Okay. That seems fair enough. So now we have 3 different places where you have the example. So you can't miss it. That's the idea. A lot of redundancy, so because I guess that the part of the problem is you may reach button from many different places. You may go to the module. You may go to the function constructor, helper, or you may go to the actual struct itself. And so we want to offer an entry point that is valid. So any user reaching any of these parts of the API should never have the feeling, I don't know what this is, or I don't know how to use this. So at the very least, we provide an example. And then here, there's a link that offers you, okay, here's all the API that is available to you. And if you go to the module, you of course have all these links here. So that makes sense as well, I think. All right. So I'm gonna commit amend this for the button in particular. Button. And let's do canvas now. So canvas, we have an example here already that we can use or change. Here's how we can use a canvas to draw a simple circle. Not sure what's up with my, got like a bit of lag going on. I guess it's the compiler going ham. Yeah, I think that's it. Here's how we can use a canvas to draw a simple circle. Okay. So yeah, I should go to button and copy this thing for all of the widgets or examples we have. And then we remove that and we add here, use iced widget canvas. The renderer, use iced renderer. Can I actually define here something? I don't think so. This is not gonna work, right? Maybe I need to add a new line there. We need the theme as well. Canvas geometry. Canvas frame, canvas path. Mm-mm-mm. No internal state. Let's see that. Finally, simply use our circle to create the canvas. Yeah, element. It's simply message here. Any message whatsoever. We'll turn it into elements. It's not gonna compile. Probably. Found the scope. Wait, I can really just chain these like that. Rectangle. Oh, right. Okay. Trade from canvas. Why isn't this working? It's because Canvas program. Nah, it should have default arguments already. What do you mean less than 48 hours? Is there like a certain time frame? I can't release a patch or something? Uh oh wait, yeah. This program is outputting no message. Yeah, normally it's better to make it generic on the message. Parameter type message may not live long enough. Widget canvas. Is that really necessary? We really need that? Alright, alright. Just makes things complicated. I guess I can remove the... I could introduce that like that, but... It adds some complexity. But you know, Canvas is... it's an advanced widget, so it shouldn't be a problem. I haven't declared the lifetime. Alright. Do we really want to put this like that? That's a lot of arguments. Imagine we could implement a simplified trait for this. At some point. Did this get deployed? Yep. Cool. Nice. Still working. Awesome. Cool stuff. This finally should go away. Program. We're implementing it. Ah, I see. Yeah. I was thinking about implementing this trait for a closure, for all types that implement a closure that takes a renderer seam and bounds, for example, in the cursor. That would be cool, but you know, it's fine. I think it's fine like this. All right. We can remove this title over here, maybe just keep it. I don't know. Skip it. Bop, bop. So now I'm gonna move this and I'm gonna copy it here. I'm gonna have some redundancy. Here, drawing a simple circle. Yeah, OBS. Yeah, apparently the compiler is pretty heavy. We'll run, drawing a simple, here's how we can use the canvas, draw a simple circle. Okay. Let's move this as well to the canvas helper. Over here. Or is there a way I can undo this? There's a way, but I don't remember. Create canvas. Okay, so now we should have this example in a bunch of different places in the API reference. Because the problem right now is you have like 3 different places where you can learn about a widget, and only one of them actually contains relevant information. So we're gonna make it so that that information is everywhere. It's gonna be the same information, but hopefully that makes things a bit nicer, you know? Like if you are typing this, your Rust analyzer will show you the example, so you can understand how to use it a bit. All right. Okay, so this test pass here, and add canvas example in multiple more. Add is not the right verb. Copy, paste, show canvas example in multiple places in the API, in the docs. All right. Next widget. Got our canvas done. Next widget is a checkbox. Okay. I think checkbox has an actual example over here. It even has an image. But we're gonna probably, yeah, we can keep it. Should we add a title here called example too? Probably. And in the canvas, we're gonna call this example, drawing a simple circle. I guess. How does the STD do it? So for example, I don't know, if I go to the back docs, back, yeah, examples. Is it using, yeah, it's using just, right. So see, you have back new, you have examples in the module, and you have examples right here. They're not the same, but they do have examples everywhere, which I think gives it just makes it so that no matter what you actually end up, you have some help, right? Right there. It's not a link that is pointing you towards the dogs or whatever. You just want the help right there. So that's what we're gonna be doing. Let me clean because this stuff is taking, it's making my thing, my computer lags like crazy. Yeah, I'm guessing compiling the tests in the docs is a lot of CPU. Right, example, draw a simple circle. There's another one down here. Another one in helpers. It'd be cool to be able to somehow define examples and then reference them from like centralize them somehow. Is there a way to do that? I think that there's a way to actually have in Rustdoc show a particular example from a file, but how to write documentation? So you can have an example. Because the type system does a good job, and these are phonics, markdown, strike through, footnotes, tables, and warning block. I'm not sure if you can do that. Scraped examples. This is an unstable feature. Oh, this is unstable. For example, your library contains a public function, a function, and you have an example calling this function, then this code snippet will be included in the documentation for a func. This documentation is inserted by Rustdoc and cannot be manually edited by the create author. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm guessing that's why it's unstable. Okay, we'll just copy it everywhere, whatever. Let's see. We need it over here as well. Here. Oh, it's there. Widget helpers, function button. Okay. Let's do the checkbox now. Box that can be checked. Checkbox drawn by iced GPU. Okay, let me copy, not this, I want to copy the canvas one because it's more complete. Over here, have our enum message. Not sure it doesn't need to be cloned. I think it does. No, it doesn't because it's a function. Okay. So wait, let's actually define some state here for once. Let's make a fully interactive example here. So we'll have this checked bool over here. That, then we'll have our view function. Let me copy it from the button example over here. Then we'll do checkbox. And the checkbox right now has the label, toggle me, and then it has an is checked. So it will be state is checked. Then it has an on toggle. It will be checkbox toggled into. And we can like, let's add some line breaks here. Right. What else? We can add the update code after the fact, maybe, since it's not really the most relevant part, but useful nonetheless. Got the message here, and once you report match message, 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 message checkbox toggled is checked, self is checked equal is checked. Well, not actually self, state. Yep. And now we are going to select this. Is there a way to there? Wait, can I change? Yeah, I can. All right, that works. Should toggle controls using checkboxes. Checkboxes. I also want to make buttons allow your users to perform actions by pressing them. Checkboxes can be used to show, to toggle, to display setting toggles. I have no clue of how to explain these widgets, but this is a checkbox. Checkbox is a graphic widget that allows the user to make a binary choice. Oh. to make binary choices, to let users make binary choices. Thank you, Wikipedia. Struct state is checked. Let's see, does this work? Is checked unknown field? Yeah, that needs to go because I'm already finding state. Not found in the scope. All right, I gotta import checkbox. When will the compiler compile the documentation directly, like in Rust Analyzer, you know? Like it would be cool to get actual lints here instead of having to compile manually. Add here. An expected token, drive clone, button. Oh, this is in widget button? Oh, I added it there. It should be here. All right, that works. And now we are gonna move this example and we're gonna show it here as well. Damn it, I deleted. Gotta change that. Then in the helper function checkbox. Okay, go. I think we can remove that as well. Okay, we need actually why didn't I add a new line here, right? Okay. Okay, checkbox done. Show checkbox example in multiple places. Right? Push that. Next one, combo box. Right, so a combo box is going to be similar to the checkbox because we need some options. It has some state of itself. So with zone, So combo box. Combo boxes display. Okay, so combo box here, options, combo box, state. This should probably be renamed to something else at some point. Like options would be a name, a possible name, but I don't like plural names for structs. Well, generally for any type, because they don't compose well. Because if you have a type that has a plural, then how do you actually call when you have multiple instances of that type? So you have a bunch of options, right? Of like a bunch of many options. It's like, are you referring to one single type, one single instance, or too many? Anyway. What else does it need? It needs the selection. And the selection can be, it has to be a T. Yeah. Could probably do option. Selection. Selected. Option. option now. Choice. Let's go choices. All right. Choice selected. Choice is going to be combo box, and it needs the state, options, placeholder, select, choose an option, choose. State selection as ref, and then message choice selected. Let's actually add new lines. Okay. All right. That works. And then over here, message is choice selected. Choice selection choice some choice. Let's try. Wait, I haven't created the choice itself. Apple. Let's go. Let's do fruit. Let's call it fruit. Let's make it relatable. Apple, orange, strawberry, and tomato. Because, you know, tomatoes are fruit. And now, fruit selected. Fruit. And here we're going to be like, choose your favorite fruit. Select your favorite fruit. and fruit selected, fruit selected, fruit, fruit. Okay. Okay, that's a bit more relatable. Now the problem is that this has to be, it has to implement format, and it has to implement also clone. So we can derive debug clone. And then we have to also implement format for this. Implement use std format. Well, in fact, let's just use directly think here to the fmt display for fruit. Function format. Now I always need to Google this. Itself function format self format result. This is f write string. Here we have apple, apple, orange, orange, strawberry, strawberry, tomato, tomato. Okay. So this thing. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Implement formal display for fruit. Is that it? Doesn't it need equal and stuff? I think it needs equal as well. Should it need? How does it know? How does it know if the selected option? Oh, because it's a combo box, so it doesn't actually display. Oh, that's cool. Okay. So for the pick list, we'll do something similar to this. Close limiter. Oh, right. I need to derive clone. Do I? Yeah. Okay. I guess because it has some messages for opening and closing. I mean, for reacting to the open and close. So let's just add that for good measure. Unknown field. Oh, call it choices. Fruits. Let's call it fruits. As we favorite. Yay. Compile. It's awesome. How does that look? Let's make sure it looks good. This is going to be in the module itself, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that looks nice. That looks real nice. Okay. Let's move this example and place it as well in here. I'm also gonna remove this since it seems like this comment over there felt like an internal comment, unnecessary information. A widget for searching and selecting a single value from a list of options. Yeah, okay, sounds good. Then we copy this as well and we move it to the helpers right here. Cool. Let's see. I think it would also be interesting to have a brief description in the actual helper itself. Because here it says, creates a combo box. It's like, okay, what the hell is a combo box? Combo boxes display a drop-down list of searchable and selectable options. That makes sense to add that, I think. So, let's see. Let's see. I also think we should rename the catalog trait to something else. It's very... and I should probably expose it only if you use the advanced feature. So it's, if not, it's just clutter for beginners, because this is for custom theming and it's not even properly documented at all, and it's gonna change. So people shouldn't rely on that. Widget setting, yeah, okay. And then if I go to the function itself, combo boxes display a drop-down list of searchable and selectable options. Cool. Eventually we could have images as well, maybe of the example. Yeah. But yeah, that'd be a lot of work. Right, that works. Show combo box doc example in multiple places. Okay. Let's see. Here creates a new canvas. Canvas. Canvases. Can be leveraged to display 2D graphics interactive, show the graphics. Draw. To display or to draw? Yeah, that sounds fine. Just wondering when I go here. Wonder if I should. But if I put it all together like that, should it show it there? Does it show it? Does it show another line here? Because create a new canvas is still not useful. Okay, that's not too bad. I don't know, new line or not? I'm torn here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it with a new line. Since you already have the modules here too, they already will tell you what each one of them does. Seems fine. I'm gonna remove this part since it seems redundant. Here's how we can use okay. All right. Next one. Container. Container is a simple one. Yeah, I guess I can use the button example here. Containers let you add padding to let you decorate other widgets with, let you add padding and align other widgets. It's more like containers let you align other widgets inside their boundaries. Boundaries? Their bounds? What's the difference between bounds and boundaries? Okay, but boundary, whatever. Pop, 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 pop. No message. Well, I could have a button. Or just do that. Then have container I am centered. Padding 20, padding 10. Center X fill. Center Y fill. Let's do something like this, which will show a box and it's going to center that text inside. Let's make it a bit bigger just in case the text doesn't fit. Okay. So this can just be container. This text is centered inside a box. A rounded box. That all it takes? Probably. Awesome. Right. This is boring stuff, but we gotta do it. I think it'll be worth it. People will be happy with this, I think. Hopefully it helps. Has there been any new comments in the Rust subreddit? Let's see. Some, I think. This is the most active thread here. Right. Yeah. Cool. Okay. There's that you align other widgets inside their boundaries. Maybe it's better to say, let you align a widget inside their boundaries, because that way it's clear that this there refers to containers. Yeah. That, I think it's easier to get. Easier to understand. And then we go here. Boom, we got the example as well. In fact, we can remove the derived clone for simplicity. I think. CPU is on fire. How hot does it get? 66, 65. Well, it's not really compiling now, but I think it gets pretty hot. Oh, now it's at 100%, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, pretty good. Still holding up pretty well. This computer is already almost 3 years old. I'm waiting for the 5090 to build a new one. 5090 release when? Continue container with the provide content. Containers let you align a widget inside their boundaries. Okay, containers done. Well, we have a bunch to go. Fun times. Show container example, doc example in multiple places. Let's go. Okay. Right. So I wanna make this all consistent. Right. Okay, image. Display images in your user interface. This has an example. That's cool. Well, that's interesting. It doesn't use the, it doesn't have a default. That should have a default weight. Should definitely have a default. So I can do this. Images, display, raster graphics. In different formats. PNG, JPG, etc. Am I adding a dot at the end? Yep. I always hate it when I type etc. dot parentheses dot. I don't like that. Triggers me. So basically now this doesn't actually work well because a handle. How is the handle being created from? Oh, anything that can be turned into a path buff. But then I do from path and this just creates a new. Oh wait, ID path. Wait, what? Oh, it actually hashes the path. Okay. Okay, that works. That totally works. Let's copy from button. Image. Well, it's that easy. The image actually. Oh, cool. Okay. Widget helpers, image. Image. All right. The derived clone always gets me. It's unnecessary. Okay. All right. All right. And over here. Cool. So you just got the example everywhere. Awesome. Show image stock example in multiple places. Yay, super exciting stuff. So I'm not sure why this is this module is exposed. It shouldn't be. I totally need to fix that, but that's a breaking change. So keyed column. Yeah, this one doesn't have an actual module, so I can just show it right here. Well, it does have a module, but I'll remove it. So let's copy the image one since it doesn't have the clone. Widget keyed column. So it doesn't have actually a, well, there is a keyed column macro. Huh. Okay. And there is a keyed column function as well. Yep. For iterators. All right. Keyed column. This is a keyed column macro work. I think that it works with tuples. With children. I don't think that works. Maybe this macro is actually broken. Because it should be key element over here. Yeah, it seems it may be actually broken. Let's see. So I don't think this is gonna work. This is gonna crash. Well, not crash, but not compile. It says expected found element. Type is match resolving back element integer item. Yeah. Yeah. So how do I fix the keyed column? macro. Where is it even defined? Sitting here. Where's the keyed column macro? Oh, it's in keyed. Okay. So this first of all, this should be keyed column new. And here, is there a way to get to match on a tuple? Here, like $key expression. Something like that. And then have here this be $key. Does that work? Whoa, yeah, it works. Awesome. So we can match on tuples in macros. That's nice. Cool. That's nice. That's pretty cool. All right, then we've documented this. So we want to also copy this in the actual macro. Column. Keyed column. Keyed columns distribute content vertically while keeping continuity. Continuity. That's the difference with a normal standard column. Go here. All right. Creates a keyed column with the given children. Keyed columns distribute content vertically while keeping continuity. Right. And I just explained what continuity is here. What is continuity? How can we keep continuity? All right. I actually wrote some great docs here for once, a long time ago. Right. Then another thing we have to document is the actual helper function that uses an iterator instead. And so this uses the function version of it, which can be just used like that, basically. I think. Documenting is so much fun. Tab mismatch. Oh, that's because, yeah, that's because this has to actually map each element directly into. So this has to be into. You should use a macro. Like, why would you use this function? Only if you have an actual iterator. So maybe I should actually document the case where you have an iterator. All right. Let's say I have a range of 100 items. And now let's say I want to iterate this. Does a range trust, does it implement into iter? This is a range inclusive, by the way. It implements iterator, but not into iterator, right? Okay, well, iter. And so I'm gonna map this thing and use the thing here. Then I'm gonna use text, the text macro, and put the y here. And finally call into. There we go. Iterators for you. Happy? Of course, we need text. Let's see. From an iterator. Method name iter font for stroke range inclusive. What? Oh, it already implements iterator directly. Yeah. Makes sense. Look at me. Writing documentation. Being a good boy. My social credit must be through the roof. Okay. Key columns distribute content vertically. So this is the macro, which is nice. And then we have the function itself over here. It's a new key column from iterator of elements. Key column distribute. And we have the iterator approach. Cool. And then we also have the keyed module. And there, this one also has an example that uses the macro. Maybe the iterator approach is better, I think, if you're to showcase right there. I think probably. Because that's how you're going to be using, for the most part, the column. You're really going to use the macro, I think. Like, it's rare that you're going to have a static keyed column. Most of the time, you're going to have dynamic content, and you want to iterate over it and generate it. Generate the elements from it. So, yeah. What else? All right. This needs to change as well to be consistent. Let's see. Keyed widgets can provide hints to ensure continuity. Can be used to ensure continuity. Can provide hints to ensure continuity. Yeah, okay, let's go with that. Show keyed column doc example in multiple places. All right. What's the next widget? Markdown. Markdown widget. Markdown widgets can. I mean, I think I like parse and display Markdown already. Markdown widgets can parse and display Markdown. No way. Real. For real. Can enable the highlighter feature for syntax highlighting code blocks. Only the variants of item are currently supported. Cool. All right. So let's work on an example for this. I think that we should probably pick an example like the checkbox one because we're going to need state here. So we go here. Eyes widget markdown. And here we have the markdown. It's going to be back markdown item. No message. Well, yeah, we need a link. Link clicked. Markdown URL. So with that, so here we do markdown view. And I think that view is simply pass the items, the settings, and the style. Yeah. So we just do markdown, like state markdown. Markdown settings default. In fact, let's when rest format for doc comments. This seems like a bit too much. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Markdown style from palette theme Tokyo Night Storm palette or something. Let's use the, I just like that theme a lot. Map. Link clicked. Link clicked. URL. Okay. I have to change the API here a bit so that you can actually parse the markdown and also show it, display it in view all at once. Currently, you have to store it. You have to store the parse result in view. I should probably showcase that as well. How can I showcase that? I could implement state new, for example. Markdown. It's Markdown. Parse. This is some Markdown. And let's make view also a part of this, I guess. Hopefully it's understandable. So you have your state, you initialize it, we show that. Show how to display it. Yeah. It works. Okay. I found the scope. Oh, okay, of course. It's gotta be self. Markdown, I think. Does this have to be? Yeah, I think that should work because we can pass just a back reference. It should work, I think. Yeah, okay. So let's see. What does this look like over here? .666. Course documentation. Okay, cool. Yeah, looks good. Have your state with your markdown, which is just a list of markdown items. Then you can display them. And then you can react to any link that was clicked. Cool. This part is a bit awkward because you need to pass the current active theme of the app. But there's no way to avoid this for now because rich text needs the colors to be hard-coded in Vue. There's no way to change the colors during rendering itself, which is where styling happens actually, or should happen. So you need to actually hard-code it during Vue here, like the theme you're using. Ideally, it should be unnecessary. Eventually it will, but just the way it is right now. Okay, so let's copy this. Wait, actually, yeah, I think that I only need to show, I need to copy it in parse and view probably. Just copy the example everywhere. Copy it here and copy it in parse. Okay. Okay, so parse now has the example, and view has the example as well. Cool. All right. Show markdown doc example in multiple places. Okay. Next widget is, well, overlays shouldn't really be here. In fact, overlays should be behind the feature flag. So I'm going to skip it. Pane grid. Yeah, pane grid is a bit of a complex widget to use. So a bunch of, well, I mean, it's not that complex, but not super straightforward. But I think it has an example as well. Yep. So we just need to adapt this one. All right. Yeah, makes sense. So we can move the example here, remove that reference maybe. We just put it at the end. Okay. Hello. Ayo. How are you doing? Just copy. Hello, Priyanshu. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Hope you're doing well. I have a pane here. Let's call that pane. Struct state over here. Let's put panes. Pane grid state pane. Another kind of pane. Pane drag, pane resized. Okay. Move that. Grab the view over here. Yeah, I'm doing well, except, you know, for writing documentation. Not really my cup of tea. But hey, the people want it, so let's make it happen, I guess. Is there even a pane grid helper? I don't think we even have a pane grid helper. So let's add one. We should introduce one. Pane grid state. This should be state panes. Pane state is maximized. Why is this should be like that maybe? Think it's like that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Always good, I guess. It's good, yeah. I think people will be happy with this new It's not, I'm not really writing much new documentation. I'm just making it more easily accessible so that it's kind of everywhere. So the examples, like we have a documentation. The problem is that it's not very in the face, basically. So you go here, pane grid, yeah, okay. You got to go all the way here to actually get the example in the end. And it's also not very clear where does this go? Where does that go, right? So now I'm just actually saying, okay, this goes in your view code, right? And there's just state here and kind of putting everything together, I think, in a better way. So let's go here and add a pane grid helper. Or should we add this? Themer, mouse area. Like I want to just add it here. So it should be pane grid state. Oh, it's a pane grid pane. Building a simple text editor using ICE, loving it so far. Slowly learning ways to manage and structure the state, input, and page. Well, if you have any questions, I'm here. But yeah, it takes time. The Elm architecture is definitely a different way to approach UI development. So generally speaking, what you want to do is you want to have your state as flat as possible and then share as much data as possible. Just plumb all the data downwards wherever it needs to get to. And don't worry too much about, the verbosity of the plumbing, or because it's the plumbing that's going to keep things flexible later on, And I think that that's the problem with a lot of UI toolkits, is that they try to abstract away the plumbing of passing data around. And on doing that, they just make everything like magic. And when you need to change things, you start to break things because there's no explicit plumbing between stuff. It's all kind of implicit. And if it's implicit, then the compiler cannot help you, right? But if you make it everything explicit, sure, it's gonna be verbose, a lot more verbose the first time you write all that stuff and you pass it down. But when it needs to change, it'll be super easy, right? I mean, the compiler will catch everything. And in my experience, it changes all the time. Like there's this page over here that now it needs this piece of data over there, and it's just chaos at some point. Read the pane grid with a given state and view function. Yeah, this needs somewhere here. Okay, pane grid, new state view. Missing documentation. All right. Let's just pane grids. Let your users split regions of your application and organize layout dynamically. Yeah, that sounds good. Sounds pretty good. Okay. Wow, I'm so lost with so many modules. Creates a new pane grid with the given state and view function. Okay. Does this compile? Probably not. Yeah, I think it won't because we're probably missing some imports in this example over here. Maybe. Yeah, probably this needs to be pane. Oh, I think those are the only two things. Text. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's more or less how you should do it. Not necessarily. I mean, you don't necessarily need a big struct with all the state. You can split your application into multiple screens and have smaller sections of your app. Like you can split it into smaller structs or enums or whatever. You don't need necessarily to have everything in one single struct and then have a function and pass every argument independently. You can still split things. For example, I mentioned this in the guide here. Let me see. In scaling applications. So you can have your main state, and then you can have a screen here. And this can be just an enum with, you know, basically these can have other data. And as long as the data that this screen has is not needed by this other screen or is not needed by something at the root level or, you know, some other place, you're fine. But the moment that you need to share, then that's a sign that you probably need to move that field one level higher, right? And then pass it down. And then control the mutation of that field at that higher level. instead of having it somewhere nested in your state. So that's going to make things more complicated. And of course, you have the worst case, which is you have some state that is duplicated and you have to synchronize it. That's what you want to avoid as much as possible. And it happens all the time in other toolkits because they encourage having independent components, each one with its own internal state and so on. So ICE kind of encourages the completely opposite of that. Single state, single source of truth for everything, just pass it down. And that's it. First time building an app in Rust and Iced. Well, that sounds like fun. Like if you can do it, then everyone else can, you know. All these people that have been using Rust for a long time and they're complaining about the docs not being good. They're complacent. But no, that's nice. It's really cool. It's probably gonna be a long, like you're probably gonna hit a lot of roadblocks, especially if you have to do any async and stuff. That's pretty new. Yeah, I don't know if you've done any functional programming before, but async stuff is very functional kind of thing. First time I looked at I's example, I quit and tried the IOXs, but after some work, it was getting hard to reason and got unnecessarily complicated. Maybe because I'm a beginner. Yeah, probably. I don't know. It always gets complicated, right? That's the it takes a long time, I think, till you start to understand how to handle complexity and how to keep it at bay. So I would say if it gets complicated, just let it be for a while. Don't try to, because the thing is, if you're a beginner, you don't actually know what's right and what's wrong, really. So even if you wanted to fix things, you're probably not going to fix them the right way. And so that's the worst part about being a beginner, is that you don't even know what's the right way of doing things. You don't know what you don't know, right? So it's better to simply just keep exploring, keep doing things, and you'll eventually figure it out with time. So yeah, just keep going. Okay, what do we need here? Where were we? Okay, this compiles. Yes. Okay, let's compile the documentation. Widget helpers not compiling. Gets painted with the given pane grid state in view function. Okay. And then another thing that's interesting, as you get better as a programmer, you need to learn to let go of things you learned when you were a beginner. That's something that takes a lot of time as well. And I think that ICE kind of forces you to unlearn certain stuff. Not ICE, but Elm in general. Like a lot of like big enums are a problem, or long functions are a problem, or long anything is a problem. It's complex, it's hard to understand, or lots of boilerplate is bad. All of that stuff, we directly challenge those things, because all that stuff is things that you learn as a beginner. Like the thing that you learn as a beginner is, if you have some code that looks like some other code, don't just copy paste it, or don't just keep it that way. Just make a function and abstract it away, and don't have duplication. Duplication is bad, right? But that's not true. Like the worst kind of thing you can do almost all the time is to try to remove duplication, because a lot of the time the duplication you're removing is actually just incidental. It's not just a coincidence that it's the same code in both places. So you need to look one step further and try to understand, what is this code actually tackling, right? What is the problem that the code is actually solving? And if it's a different problem for both cases, it doesn't matter the code is the same. That means that it's very likely those problems are going to evolve differently in the future. And if you abstract that code away and put it all in a single place, when the problems change and go in different ways, you're going to have a huge mess. You're going to start patching that code and adding flags, or it's going to be a huge mess. So don't feel too bad if you copy paste things, right? Or if you have a lot of boilerplate here and there, or you have a long function, or you have a lot of enum, an enum with a lot of variants and stuff like that. So all that stuff is stuff you learn when you're a beginner. And I think that it's important that you learn to, now I need to let go of this stuff because I can handle them now. Now I've improved and I can handle this stuff. And I think that that's a step that takes you from intermediate to master. That's what differentiates someone that's a master in programming. Someone that has learned that there's no golden bullet. There are no rules that you can follow all the time. You have to let go of certain things. There's only principles to be followed some of the time. And you're always very critical of every decision you're making, and you're not just following some doctrine or some rule blindly, right? You don't have things to unlearn? Well, eventually you will. Yeah. Being new to programming is cool. Everything is shiny. And yeah, I've been programming for 21 years now. So just keep that in mind, that what you learn now, it's probably not going to be that useful in the future. And that's fine. You need to learn that thing now to move forward and to build more knowledge, but you need to also in the future be open to let go of knowledge that has served you very well until that point, right? And that's, you get attached to specific things, right, that you learn very early on, and it's hard to let go of those, but you need to at some point. But I think that if you learn to code with Elm or Ice, then you're gonna have a more or less interesting foundation. I think that if you learn to code with other languages that are not as well designed, like, I don't know, PHP, for example, or JavaScript, it's easier to learn things that are bad, like terrible. Or scripting languages like Python and Ruby, they were very popular back in the day, and yeah, there were like a lot of things that you would just learn because the languages were very lacking. For example, test-driven development, and write tests for absolutely everything, and code coverage is super important. And I need a test just to check that I haven't made any typo in my function, because I don't have a compiler that checks that for me, right? So yeah, I think that if you're a beginner today and you're learning Rust, you're learning then yeah, you're starting with a pretty good foundation already. So it will set you up for success, I think, in the long run. You're also going to be very spoiled. Every other language is gonna seem really broken to you. That's how I feel whenever I change to any other language, especially dependency management. I've been doing stuff with Python lately, and it's terrible. Dependency management there. I have to create a Docker image to handle the dependencies, It's just basically a TXT file, and there's no easy way to update your dependencies or anything. It's so bad. Bullets fired, shots fired indeed. I suffered. I was born in the dark. It molded me. It shaped me. Okay. Paint grid text. Paint grid paints, paint states maximized. Some paints, another kind of paint. Okay. That works. Let's copy this example. I think I'm going to copy this verbatim all the way up there as well. And this example here. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. The more you learn Rust, yeah, requirements.txt. Yeah, yeah. Nightmare fuel. The harder other languages become, indeed. I can't code in a language that doesn't have enums, that doesn't have some types, right? They're called some types. I think I always get them wrong. Some types? Yeah, tagged unions. Yeah. Because, you know, most languages have enums where you can have, okay, I have this type and it can be one of these things, but they can have no data in them. So they're like glorified integers, right? Like a limited integers, basically. I can't. Enums are so important. Like this stuff, right? Messages. Like the fact that I can say, look, I have this thing and it can either be this thing with this set of data or this other thing with this other set of data. That's literally happening all of the time in my code. And you have a language that doesn't have that primitive. You're crippled. You can't really express. It's what do I have to do? Do I have to have like an integer and then like, I don't know, downcast? A boolean and downcast? It's just crazy. Do I have to have both fields? Do I have to have options everywhere? And then just unwrap? Make sure that, you know, trust me. Yeah, if this thing has 1 here, then you can unwrap this option over here. Yeah, trust me, right? Yeah, whatever. Just spoiled for life. Okay, we got the example here. So now it should be also here. All right. And it should also be in the helper over here. Oh, it's not. I haven't copied it yet. Okay. Whenever I break the API of a widget now, it's going to be fun to change the documentation. I had to change it in 3 different places. It's going to be... All right. We're halfway there almost. Show paint grid example, stock example, multiple places. Bathroom break. I'll be back. All right, let's keep going. Next widget, pick list. Okay, so pick list is like a combo box. So we can use that example, I guess. Let's copy this. Pick list. Pick lists. Display a drop-down list of selectable options without the searchable part. Okay. Pick list over here. The difference is that a pick list doesn't actually have a state. We can provide the options directly to it. So pick list works like that. Let's see. The helper. Had the options selected and unselected. And I think it has a placeholder as well. Yeah, placeholder as a method. So we can do placeholder. Whoa. Select your favorite fruit. State fruits, the favorite, and then the message when selected. Cool. That works, I think. Yep. Let's make this clone. Let's make this copy as well. So I can actually just pass that like that. And then the fruits here can just be, I think, can be just a list. Fruit, apple, fruit, orange, fruit, strawberry, fruit, tomato. In fact, let's create a fruits variable here. And have them here. I think it'll be more readable. With apple, orange, strawberry, tomato. Tomato or tomato? Okay. Fruits. All right. See, let's just compile. Tomato. Tomato wins. Yeah, I always I say tomato too. Okay, cool. Compiling. Mm-mm-mm. Let's see. This is yeah, it should be here. There you go. Pick list. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Pretty nice example. Obviously, strawberry wins. Like no contest. Pick list. Pick list display a drop down of lists options. Here. All right. I think the custom shader will probably not. We won't document it. It's tricky. It needs, but it's a very advanced widget as well. So this one's probably the only one that we cannot really document that well, because we had to set up WGPU pipelines and stuff. It will be super long. So maybe we can just link to the custom shader example in the repo. Okay, pick list function should now be, yeah, have the example. Cool. Show pick list doc example in multiple places. All right, next one, progress bar. I think progress bar we have an example. Well, yeah, progress bar is super simple. Super simple. But I guess we can could use something similar to the checkbox. Progress F32. Progress bar goes from, let's say 0, yeah, 0 to 100 or something, and then state progress. Well, technically the examples, I'm not really creating them. They already existed. I'm just, let's say, modifying them and then copying them or pasting them in in 3 different places, basically. So all right, works. Updated from many functions. What do you mean? From many functions. What does that mean? There are 4? Where there are 4? Channels, maybe? What do you mean? Multiple tasks or? So a progress bar is just, as you can see here, takes a range, the start and the end, which normally it's probably either going to be 0 to 100 or 0 to 1. Depends on the scale you have or the amount of tasks you have, whatever. And yeah, well, I mean, then you would have a message that is triggered whenever that function finishes. And then you would just increment progress there, right? This would start at 0. You would increment it in your update +1 whenever that function finishes. And that would automatically display. So there is an example in the repo, the download progress, I think. Yeah, so you start download here. It starts downloading. Here's the progress bar, right? Downloading super quick. Let me stop. I don't want to bring the stream down. And then if you look at the code, you have this download progressed message that is produced by a subscription that downloads the thing. And here you have the progress itself as part of a result, because it can fail. But basically what you do is just simply update it with the progress. And that's just setting the progress to this percentage. And then displaying it is just the current progress right here, which is this progress right here directly. So it's the same thing that was in that example, but with a variable thing here, which is the same thing as we have here. Yeah, the downloaded progress example needs to be changed to use a task instead of subscription. Now that the task supports streams. But the hard part about the download progress example is the async part, I think. Just gotta, what you need to know is that there's these messages that are being produced. And when this message happens, that's where you update the progress. So you just follow update. There's a message here. Okay, download progressed. Which one? What's the progress, right? So you find the download, because you can have many in the example, right? It shows how you can have multiple downloads concurrently at the same time. So you find the one, and then you actually progress it. And progress is just, if it's downloading, right? I check. If it's okay in downloading, then I just update it. If it's finished, then I just say finished. And if it's error, then I just error it. Pretty straightforward. And then Vue just updates automatically, right? And you check on the state of the download. So if it's idle, no progress, downloading the certain progress here. Finished means 100, and errored means 0. And then you can just create a progress bar from that, I think. Okay. Progress bars. Display progress bar. Progress bar is a graphical control element used to visualize the progression of an extended computer operation, such as download, file transfer, or installation. Thank you, Wikipedia. Progress bars visualize the progression of an extended computer operation. Okay, helpers, progress bar. No, that's not it. Not this one, this one. Okay, progress bar done. This graphic hurts my eyes. Think about removing it. Let's get rid of it. Um, Still want to release today, but it's getting quite late. $5 a.m. Reservoirs below the production recent computer operation. Okay. Download. It 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 grabs at the glyph level. The hell? Why does it not preserve my IU theme? Come on. QR code, encode and display information. Still a while to go. Still a bunch to go. Progress bar. Show progress bar. Example in. Okay. Progress bar done. QR code. Right, we need to store some of the data in there. All right, so this is gonna be like the combo box. QR code. Wikipedia help. QR codes display information in a type of two-dimensional matrix barcode. Okay. Think possibly cargo documenting can be optimized. Why is it redocumenting other libs? I'm the kind that likes to work at night. Yeah, a night owl. I'm the kind of person that loses track of time, and when I realize it's morning and yeah, haven't slept yet, so I just get hyper focused and I lose track of time basically. Yeah. Yeah, more peaceful indeed. Just feels calm, like easier to think for whatever reason. There's no one around, everyone's just asleep. And that's where the real work happens. While everyone is resting, you're grinding. QR code. Yeah, it is redocumenting other libs. Well, not really. It's just redocumenting all the examples. I can probably optimize it by using a better command. Just too lazy to come up with a command now. QR code. Data. Let's move the fruit. Message won't have anything. Code. Oh crap, I lost it. How did I lose? I think I changed tabs. I don't remember how to go back. Okay, well, we close that. Oh, I'm back. Okay. Okay, code display information in type two-dimensional matrix. Wait, code. Okay. You just need the data. Move update. Move that. Should be it. And certainly, I don't have to teach users how to initialize the data, right? Since there's just a new function, right? Right? Okay, put that example over there. And now we're going to put the example 2 in the helpers. No, I cannot go forward. No, I'm not surprised anymore. I know that, yeah, I know. I've seen things. I know that no matter how much documentation I write, it's never going to be enough. Someone will always just not understand it. That's okay. So I can probably come up. Problem is, if I do this, I think that some people just cannot read. Yeah. True. You can't save everyone. Random name canvas immodel widget. Oh, that's in the settings. Should probably fix those. That's all right. Yeah, all right. So I think that fixes it. Should be faster. It's a new QR code widget from the given data. Right? We got the example here. Got the example here. Okay. And it compiles. Yep. Show QR code doc example in multiple places. Yes, this is Helix. Yeah. Highly recommend. I was skeptical at first because I was very happy with my BIM, but yeah, I'm so happy I changed. It's just so good out of the box. And I like the cocoon editing style where you first put the motion in and then the actual action. So you get to see what you're actually going to change before you actually change it. In BIM, it's the other way around. You first say delete word, right? Here you say word delete. So it's very similar, it just takes a bit of time of adjusting. Okay, next widget. Radio. So radio is like a checkbox, basically. In fact, I think that we have an example too. Yep. Sure, let's do this example. Well, we need some state. Oh, Zed, yeah. I've heard really good things about Zed. It's also made in Rust, right? With GPU I, GPU UI, GPUI, GPUI, I guess. I have a colleague that uses it all the time, and he's pretty happy with it. So I just love my terminal too much to leave it. I'm too used to low latency editing. I notice any kind of latency. Do we even have a radio helper? I don't think we have a radio helper. In fact, the radio widget needs to be refactored. Because currently they're just independent from each other, and that doesn't make sense. They should all be together and form a group, radio group or some sort, because you can only choose one. Technically now you can select many. So remove that, indentate, and remove content here and show as a column and column. Okay, that's should work. Wait, I'm not sure we have a radio function. Yeah, we do. We do indeed. Oh, I need to call into, yeah. Awesome. All right. Radio buttons let users select a single choice from a bunch of options. Choose Okay. So let's move this example as well up there. Yeah, this should compile way quicker. Document faster, I think. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, there's a space missing here. New line. Mm. Radio helpers, radio, copy the example again. I think that's necessary. And I also need to copy this. Sure why it loses my jump history. All right. Got it. Radio. Done. Show radio doc example in multiple places. Rule. Well, rule is super easy. No message. We do horizontal rule or something. And I think you pass the height. True. Rules divide space horizontally or vertically. Let's see if it works. Yes, it does. Some of these examples are so easy that they're barely useful, but hey. Consistency. This rule. It's the horizontal rule. Vertical rule. I'll get rid of that and rid of this. Here, vertical rule. What do you mean by ready? What does it mean for the documentation to be ready, my friend? Will it ever be ready? Isn't that some kind of utopia we're aiming for here? When is it gonna be good enough? Can you define that? If you're asking when will the documentation be good enough for a complete beginner to Rust and to any kind of UI development to get started and be good at it, then maybe never. I don't know. It's gonna be a long time, let's say, right? I mean, that's what the book is kind of meant to try to do, but you need to know Rust to begin with. And I think that's the hard part, because if you know Rust, then ICE is already kind of easy to use, I think. Like the problem that people have is that they're not familiar with Rust and they come to ICE and they try to use it. And it's not ICE that you're struggling with. It's Rust itself, right? But I want ICE to be a good introductory library for Rust as well. So I'm going to try the book. The idea of the book is to introduce Rust kind of like basically it's going to assume you know Rust a little bit, and then it's going to try to get you doing cool stuff with ICE, right? And so you're going to learn Rust and ICE at the same time. So you're going to, but it's not there yet, and it's not going to be there for a while. So, yeah. Like, for example, are you familiar with Rust? Akshit? Like, how long have you been using Rust? All right, QR code, radio, rule done. Scrollable. Scrollable should be easy as well. 2 years and still ignorant. Yeah, but how much have you been using it? If it's been on enough, doesn't count, right? Scrollable is like it's completely stateless, so it's gonna be more like keyed column. Nah, yeah, more or less. Needs more polishing. The documentation. Well, what do you think I'm working on right now? What is this? I'm documenting stuff. Look at me. Do you think I'm having fun? Do you think I'm enjoying this? I'm doing this for you. For all of you. 5 a.m. in the morning. Writing docs. Documenting things that I already know how to use. Nah, it's not that boring for me, to be honest. The result is great. I like it. And I get some satisfaction from having people use the library. So programming is a hobby for me. Oh, yeah. That's good. You're in uni doing computer science. Well, okay. Awesome. And they teach you Rust there, or is it that you're like, are you trying to learn it on your own? Because I mean, they didn't teach us Rust in my uni. We did Java and C++. And then, in a really cool course, we did Haskell, and that was amazing. Was awesome. Based teacher, based professor. I love that course. It was programming languages, actually. And then in another course we did Prolog. It was also kind of fun. Prolog's cool for logic programming and stuff. So scrollable. Column. Scroll me. Now we're gonna do vertical space here. Column. Did it. 3,000 pixels or something. Is that how it works? Vertical space? No, I had to set the height. Yay, nice. Uh-huh. Copy that. Put it here. But yeah, I mean, if you're struggling with anything related to ice, just tell me what it is, and I'll keep it in mind and try to document it. You know, one of the issues with a lot of people that ask about the documentation is that they never tell me exactly what's wrong with it. Like, I understand that it's not finished, but what is the part that you're struggling with right now with the library? Feels almost like people, they see that the docs are not ready, and then they automatically choose not to even use it, not to even try to use the library. And that's fair. That's fair, but I think that you can learn by doing. It's a fairly easy library to use, Emo. Totally not biased, by the way. Super fair. You know, trust me, I'm super reasonable. Let's copy this also to the helpers. Here, love that. Yeah, that's actually the next chapter I want to write for the book. It's gonna be called Concurrency, and I want to have a bunch of examples that are interactive in the book itself. So showing how to have, like, for example, a stopwatch, how to implement a stopwatch, something like that. We could build that from scratch and with a subscription, right? Listening to time. Then another example that, I don't know, does some HTTP requests somewhere, like the Pocket X, for example. We could build the Pocket X example. I don't know. Or even something like a small little game, like a Pong, or I don't know, something fun. Scrollable. We're almost done. Thank God. Da-da-da-da-da. All right, slider, CZ. Well, yeah. Text input. Like theme is not a widget. Toggler, tooltip, vertical slider, text. And we should also, where's the rich text? I think it's here. Yeah, rich. Right. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Look at that. We are cooking. Show scrollable, show rule, show radio. Yeah. I wonder, can I compare this? compare it like that. Yeah. 1,000 additions. Nice. Cool. Next one, next one. Wait, there are some widgets that don't have modules. Huh. No. Well, we'll leave those for another day, I think. Slider. Span and enter out the selector of a single value from a range of values. This is an example? Yes. Okay. This is similar to the progress bar, actually. Value changed. Slider. 0, 100. State value. Message. Value changed. Here we use slider. Slider. Wikipedia help. Slider or trap bar is a graphical control element which a user may set value by moving an indicator, usually horizontally. Sliders let users set a value by moving an indicator, usually horizontally. All right. Message needs to be cloned. Hey there, event. Glad to hear. Always glad to hear from happy users. It's refreshing. Thanks for hanging out here. All right. This works. See how it looks. What kind of application are you building? Let's do a game tool of sorts. So it needs a big editor. Cool. Yeah, I think the library works very well for small tools. Indeed. Yeah. Recently, if you check the past streams, we built a changelog generator for the 013 release. And yeah, it was quite fun. In 4 hours, we had a pretty cool changelog generator that basically walks through all the commits that have happened to master since the last release, and then one by one, it lets you choose the changelog entry for the pull request related to that commit, and it hits the GitHub API to find the PR description, the author, and so on and so on. So it's pretty nice. It was pretty fun. And now we will get to use it again once we're done with this. Hopefully. Vertical slider as well. So far, the whole model of the package feels intuitive, just that the computation feels a little sparse, but I suppose that's because it's early days. I'm quite satisfied. Cool. So the changelog happened, but yeah, I mean, it's sparse. What do you mean by sparse? You mean, what is it that you're struggling with exactly with the docs? Is it that do you miss examples? Because that's what we're fixing here. We're adding a bunch of examples everywhere. All around the API reference. All over it. Oh. Yeah, okay. Good to hear. Hopefully this addresses, the main complaint that most people have, I guess. The examples are there. It's just they're just hard to get to, and doesn't really give you a good. They don't really give you a good sense or a good. They don't convey the whole picture very well. Hopefully this helps there in that regard. Show slider doc example in multiple. Okay. We're here. SVG. SVG is like image. So SVG widgets display vector graphics in your application. Book style dogs are also important. Shows examples and explain concepts. Yeah. It's all necessary. Indeed. Books are harder to write though. Yeah. I mean, the reason I'm streaming is to give content also to folks that prefer to simply learn more passively by joining a stream, and maybe, if I'm working on an application and starting an application from scratch, you can join the stream and see me do it, see me code, and you can learn that way, right? There's people that prefer to learn that way, people that prefer to learn by reading, people that prefer to learn by doing. So it's about how you roll, right? So I'm trying to offer content in general and trying to address that. I think that the library is reaching a point where it's starting to get ready for more widespread adoption, because things are starting to stabilize. It's more feature complete. It's not as much as a toy as it was before. It's still kind of a toy, but we're in a way better place than a couple years ago. So yeah, I think that's why I'm like focusing on documentation more now. And we did it in the past, and thanks to not focusing on documentation in the past, we've had a lot of room to change things without worrying about, oh, but we wrote this whole book about this, and if we change it, that whole book is gone now. Like it's completely useless. It's documenting something that we are throwing away. So that's why it's important that before you write documentation, you make sure that this is going to be how things are gonna be for a long while, right? So show SVG. Yeah, yeah. I even do watch also live stream of people coding, and it's fun. Yeah, you get to. I get my coffee and just sit there, and it's kind of relaxing. It's a way to learn that's just you don't really have to pay attention all the time. It's way less involved than reading or reading a tutorial, reading a guide, or coding yourself. But it takes more time, right? But it may be more enjoyable for some people. Mm. This example is like, yay, so hard. All right. Text. Yeah, text. Text also going to be simple. Let's copy this. Because yeah, exactly. You get to see the whole thing, not just the end result, right? And it's great to see that, everyone struggles. And you make design decisions that are not good, and then you have to refactor later and change things, and that's where the learning happens, and that's where it's what's actually interesting. I went with this decision first, but then I changed it to this, and you get to see why and how that happens. And there's also the interaction part as well, which is great. You get to people can ask you questions, and you can engage and explain things. It's kind of almost like a class, right? Like a lecture kind of thing. Text. No, not here. Text is in core. How do I explain what text is? Really? Do I need to explain that? Text, Wikipedia. Text message, text types, text. It's more like scripture, right? The Bible. Wait, it's not the correct translation. I have another word in mind. Script. This writing systems. Through writing. All right, that makes sense. Whatever. So you got text. Some text. Hello. This is iced. size 20, color. Let's use the color macro for blue. Let's just do that. Oh, this is iced, size 20, color blue. Cool. Should work. Wait. This won't work because, yeah, this is not available. It should be iced core. I don't think I have the helper here. Hmm. I don't have the text macro here. Well, I guess I have to define it. Function text. Just do this. This is gonna be tricky to document because we don't have a theme nor a renderer here. Well, we have a theme, but we don't have a renderer. I'm guessing we can use the empty renderer since it's gonna be during debug mode that this is compiled. So maybe we can use that. Do I have concerns about ice rendering reactivity performance? Not really. Maybe at the beginning I had some, but I don't know. At this point, pretty happy with how an Abe approach is working, and I think that we haven't really focused much on performance, and it's pretty good. And if you want to optimize things, we can offer ways that users can opt in. Users of the library can opt in for more control, more fine-grained control, like canvas cache or keyed columns and stuff like that. Lazy widget as well. But at work, we use Iced to, develop Kraken Desktop, which is a crypto trading terminal, and it's fast. It's great. It's pretty low resource usage, and it's an application that needs to update super quickly, many times per second. And yeah, it's working well. We're shipping it to users, and users are super happy with it. So well, I mean, you may have noticed bsync maybe, but make sure that you compile in release mode as well. But bsync can make it feel slow depending on your driver settings and stuff, because we leverage the GPU. So snappy is kind of subjective, right? And it's mostly about latency, not about performance itself. So yeah, we can do a better job probably about synchronizing with the compositor better. We haven't done it yet. But it's very unlikely that with the examples you're hitting a bottleneck, and that's what's causing this nappiness. Like you're probably way below frame time. Yeah, bsync. Yeah, bsync, vertical synchronization. that causes input latency. So it can make it feel like the UI doesn't really, like, for example, if you're dragging a slider, can make it feel like the UI is falling behind the mouse cursor or stuff like that. Actually, maybe I can return anything here. Nah, probably not. Wait. Theme should be ice core theme. And render, we have a, yeah, core render null. Function text is private. Uh-huh. You can't see. How did it feel snappier? What do you mean by that? Does it like, is it latency that you felt? Okay, this works. Well, actually this, yeah, this can now simplified. Yeah, yeah. That sounds like latency indeed. Did you try in release mode? Yeah, it's probably latency. Like probably a couple or 3 frames of latency, something like that. Need to work on that. In fact, it could be maybe possible to even kind of disable vsync altogether. Vsync altogether, yeah. Because it's rare for, I think, UIs to have tiering. But in fact, there's a environment variable you can set, I think. Let me see. GPU present, no, settings. Yeah, you can set this variable, iced present mode. And if you set it to immediate, you will disable vsync. There are a bunch of strategies here, and all of them have its trade-offs. And also the text editor widget is not super optimized at all. It's very naive right now. So depending on how you select text, it's going to be slow, especially if you're scrolling. Because of the highlighting, and we are just reshaping all the time. It's super naive, but it works. Helpers, text here. Where is the macro? Text macro. Oh, the text macro is already. Text macro is already. It's already documented. Oh. Whoa. Oh, yeah. Message here. Come on, almost done. Oh, come on, really? Okay, I'll copy the thing. All right. Ta, ta, ta. Oh, I haven't added. Okay. What? Where are the examples I've added? Yeah, here it is. Should be I should have. Should be an example here. It's not a paragraph anymore. What? It's a bunch of text. Oh, I think that's because it's an alias, right? Yeah. Yep. Ah, man, now I had to actually. I really have to redefine this. So hacky. But actually, just let me copy this. Use it on the card creator module. Yeah. Should work, hopefully. Well, actually, this should be, yeah. All right, works. All right. Text editor, text input, toggler, tooltip, vertical slider. Let's do the text editor. Text editor is like the combo box. Well, actually, it's more like the QR code. Wait, actually, we need to commit first. Show text doc example in multiple. Next, text editor. Okay. Next editor, editor content. Edit. What does it need? Yeah, just the content. Okay. Let's actually put a placeholder. Type something here. On action. Is it on action? Yeah. Message edit. We probably want an update function as well. Keep losing. Jump history. Edit. Action. Actually, state content. Perform action, I think. Yep. Okay. Does that work? Yep. Text editors display a multi-line text input for editing. Grab that thing here. Grab that thing. Awesome. All right. Show text editor example in multiple places. Next one, text input. So we can use this text editor one. Text inputs display fields that can be filled with text. Okay, I'll allow it. Content is just a string. Content changed. String. Text input. Placeholder value. Type something here. On input. Content changed. Content. State content equal content. That should be it. All right. There's an example here, but we're gonna get rid of it. Input. Cool. All right. Let's go. Toggler. Toggler is like a checkbox, pretty much. It's exactly equivalent. So toggler. Toddler. Nah. A toggler. Togglers. Can be used. Let users make binary choices. By toggling a switch. Is checked. Toggler. Toggler state is checked. Label toggle me. Toggler toggled. Toggler toggled. All right. An example here we're gonna get rid of. Should learn to use GH, I think, which goes to the beginning. You want to ask a question at the end of the stream and it's out of topic. Well, you can ask it now if you want. It's not like we're in the middle of a conversation. Da-da-da-da. What's the last one? Tooltip? I think Tooltip has a... No, it hasn't. It doesn't have an example. How does a Tooltip work? It's like... It doesn't have any state or anything. It's more like a scrollable. Tooltips display a hint of information over some element when hovered. Tooltip container. Gonna ask that question. How does tooltip work? Content, tooltip, and position. Okay. Okay, I think that should be it. All right. All right. The last thing I want to document is the rich text widget as well, which has no documentation or no example right now. And yeah, we'll release and we'll call it. Not like anything can go wrong during a release, right? Just yep. I'm developing a communication protocol and I want to build a GUI client for it. I initially chose Iced, but it turned out it didn't support RTL or video playback, so I chose Realm Form, but I don't really want to use GDK. Are these features coming soon? Should I wait until they are released or use Realm 4? I also need the rich text, but you guys really supported it. Thank you. So I decided to ask this question. So video playback is nowhere near the horizon. There are some solutions already that people have used. I think there's an iced, man, I don't know, iced video, Rust. Yeah, iced video player. Composable component to play videos in any ice application. Yeah, built on top of the GStreamer. So you have this, but it's probably not updated for 0.13. So you're gonna have to fork it. There's probably some forks already existing. Like one by Jeremy. This is a System 76. But they're probably using, oh yeah, 0.12 still. This one's updated 2 weeks ago. I don't know. Yeah, it's still 0.12. I don't know. You're gonna have to. It's possible, but not ideal to play video. And right to left text, it's coming soon. I'm not sure how soon, but I'm not sure how broken it is either. I think that there's one way to easily fix it in some places. There's this person, Nick, that implemented this one. RTL text often invisible, and it's this little change. You just add this little change to WGPU, and I think right to left text works. But it's not an ideal fix, but it does work. So you may be able to work around it. I closed it because I wasn't sure of the consequences of this completely. But there is a fix possible. Now I'm not. Now that's probably not going to fix text input, text editing, but you know, and not input method editing either. So depending on all of that, yeah, you may be out of luck. But those things are coming. I just can't promise when. I can't really say when. So I don't know, is that helpful? Da, 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 da. Let's see. So it's scrollable for rich text here. You're welcome. Happy to help. Yeah, I think that's the best approach as well. Just focus on what you need and take the pragmatic approach. Focus on the things that will get it working. And yeah, once we get there, then yeah, just rewrite it. Uh, 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 um. Trade clone is uploaded for message. Why does rich text need message to be cloned? For the link, I guess. Fair enough. We're almost done. No font. Oh. Yay, cool. So this documents rich text. Cool. We copy this in. Where's the macro for rich text? I also wanna hear this. So I want that. That should work. That easy. Yes. Yes. Cool. And then the span as well. I'm just gonna copy the rich text. All right. Well, I haven't really tested how the documentation looks here, so YOLO. All right, it worked. Which text? We need a helper here. Font, bold, font, whatever. I think. Yeah. Then row and column are also important, I think. Almost there. Below? Is it below? Beneath. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Um, row, row. I'm on the left. I'm in the middle. In the right. To the left, in the middle, to the right. All right. Now we copy this, and we also have functions for this. So Oh yeah, you're right. Good catch. Oh yeah, into here, yeah. Wait, into here? Yep. Into here. Mm-mm-mm. I did another into here. Indeed. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Cool. Awesome. Now we go to the macro, copy this column. We go and row, copy it here as well. And I think that's gonna be it. There's still some widgets left, but well, it's an improvement. All right. Like stack, for example, space, yeah. Lazy, responsive, but most of them have now an example, so that's gonna be nice. So we go to column. I guess maybe we should add. Maybe we'll. Yeah, I think that this just showing text is a bit let's show like a button or something as well here. Like to show that you can actually put any kind of widget in here. Well, you're gonna do the same thing here. Just meant to show that it doesn't have to be just text. I had to drive clone. Not here. All right. I think that's gonna be it. Let's create a PR for this. This PR improves introduces a bunch of examples in the DPI reference. Updates to the main README. Updates to README. Improve. Sedition, documentation, widget. Yeah. Also fix, probably. Enable auto merge. We're just gonna YOLO it. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm using a laptop for opening PRs and stuff. Yeah. Because I'm not logged in here for privacy purposes. Like I have sponsors that are private and I want to keep them private, you know? If they're private for a reason. So I got to respect that. When you log in on GitHub, these are not private anymore. So I've opened the PR. We're going to merge this thing and we're going to release 0.13.1. Seems like someone's having issues with mouse area widget. Well, I did change it, so... Well, I didn't, I think. Or maybe I did. Yeah, I did change it. Ooh. That's probably it. Yeah, that's probably it. This is probably it. This should be an or. Okay, well, let's fix that real quick. Well, once that one goes in, can see the checks. Oh, here they are. Okay. Da, da, da. Come on. Yeah, let's actually fix it. On bounce. Da, da, da. Where did I introduce this? Was it here? Yeah. Nope. Terrible. Fix mouse area, not notifying of mouse movements. It's notify of a phrasal verb. Notify of, yeah, I guess. Was it merged? Nope. Okay. Fix mouse area notifying of mouse movements. Okay. Let's wait for that one to go in. Then we'll really quick update the changelog, bump the version, and release the crates that have changed. In and out, 20-minute adventure. Should be doable. Set the text color determined by the style function. What? Oh, well, we can merge this real quick, I guess. Thanks. Huh? Bug fix. text widget styling. Merge pull request. Merged. Okay, I think everything is merged. Awesome. Wait, something crashed here? No, it didn't. It's just this one took over, I think. All right. Okay, now we can pull this. Make sure that the text editor works well still. There should be a script for it. Well, not all the crates have changed, so we don't have to release all of them. For instance, core hasn't changed. Well, yeah, it has changed. Damn it. Well, but futures hasn't changed. Has it? Well, yeah, it has changed. Damn it. Graphics hasn't changed. Winit hasn't changed, I think. All right. Run the changelog. There shouldn't be many requests. 6. Okay. From trade implementations. Some from trade implementations for text input ID. This is by me. Inverted scrolling direction with trackpad in scrollable. That's by me. Scrollable transactions when on scroll is not set. By me. Yeah. Custom executor support for application and daemon. Rust version minimum, well, MSRB Rust version to cargo tunnel. Widget examples to API reference. Docs. Widget examples to API reference. Incorrect text color in text editor. Changelog is up to date. Well, this is going to be a patch release, so it doesn't matter if they are all the same or not. They're all going to be still 0.13. It's just that some are going to be 0.13.0 and some are going to be 0.13.1, but you're never going to rely on. You should never actually put a patch version in your cargo toml, so it's never going to be a confusion. Okay. $19. The changelog tool is really cool. Really helps me. In a moment, we just had the changelog done. That's super nice. Okay, cargo. Pump the version. I wonder if I could do this. This changed? Technically, I think I can. Cargo lint. Test. All right, we bump in. There we go. Changelog should be here. Okay, we haven't created the tag yet, so it won't work. All right. Okay, next thing we're doing is going to the 013 branch, and we merge master to it. And we push this. And this is what we need to release. This branch. So let's make sure test pass, cargo lint passes. I have no idea what get cliff is. Ah, but this does it from commit messages, right? Nah, I don't like that. I don't like adding feet to my messages. Fade, fix, whatever. No. I like my messages to be verb and then, you know, just like normal sentences. It's for humans, not for machines. Also, why would I use get cliff when I can make my own tool? Completely tailored to my needs. All right. So we need to check what changed between zero 13.0 and the branch 013. Wait, the opposite way. No, that's fine. I want to know the files that changed. So core has changed. The root crate, widget, futures, and that's it. So we only need to release core, futures, and widget, and the root crate. Yep, 4 crates. The other ones, it would be like releasing like the same exact code again, so it's completely unnecessary. Start cute? They haven't even started? Come on, man. GitHub, come on. Have too many CI workflows. Ah. I like the new README with the GIFs, new GIFs, or GIFs. Well, now we wait. Mm. Dee-dee-doo. Waiting for CI. If one for each platform passes, I'm YOLOing it. You can't stop me. No one can stop me. What do I feel when I'm maintaining a big project like Iced? I think it's a huge responsibility and System 76 collaboration. Well, I'm super happy. It's great to feel appreciated and to have a have a little thing, see it grow, and see other people use it, and I don't know, just live like a bit of a footprint, right, in the world, like my little contribution to make the world a better place, I guess. Just feels good. And yeah, I don't feel like a huge responsibility or anything. That's, I don't know, I just do this for fun and because I feel like I enjoy it. I don't do it because I feel like I have a responsibility or I owe now somehow that now that the project is used by a bunch of people, now I somehow have a responsibility to maintain it or something like that. No, just mostly fun. And yeah, if it ever stops being fun, then well, I'll move on to other things. That's how it should be. No pressure. In the end, it's just open source. And of course, the project wouldn't be possible without CryptoWatch, the support that CryptoWatch and Kraken have given me. So, you know, that was the huge thing when I was hired to actually work on this project full time by an actual, like, they took a huge risk because the library was super super bare bones, and it paid off, I think. So that's part of the reason why I also work on it, because I'm getting paid for it to work on it. Uh, but that doesn't mean I'm obliged to share it. I'm still sharing my work for free. So, but it's great. Of course, having a project that's popular also exposes you to, you know, toxic people and negative people. That's a bit the thing. I mean, the people you hear about the most, the loudest ones, are the ones that have a bad time, right? And the ones that are frustrated, you don't hear about the happy users that pull your library, check the docs, have a good time, they have no issues, and you don't hear about those. They don't come complain, right? They don't come say, "Hey, yeah, this was awesome." That doesn't really. They just have a good time and they move on to work on other things, right? So it's hard to not be biased because the brain has this tendency to focus a lot on the negative stuff, right? So it can be like tricky to manage, not to get burned out and stuff like that. But I think I'm doing a good job for the most part. I take breaks, take it easier at certain times. Um, and I've learned to not be too emotionally invested with people that, in the end, they're just strangers. So it's hard to say if they're just having a bad day or what's going on. So oh, almost there. I need one green on Windows and we can proceed. And well, I mean, seeing System 76 choose the library and use it for Cosmic, it's I mean, at first I thought, wow, that's scary. I don't know, I felt like the library was super like a toy, and for some people to say, we're gonna use it as the foundation of our OS, like it's a very important piece. Yeah, I felt like a huge leap for them to do. And well, I mean, I feel flattered and honored to contribute there. I mean, they forked the project and they've added it and made a lot of work of their own there. So not to take away from at all from what they've done. They've improved it quite a lot, but yeah, it feels good to know that, you know, the code is going to be running in the code I wrote is going to be running in many different computers. It's great. Feels nice. But I don't feel pressure or anything like that. At least it's just that's the great thing about all of this is just you know you work on this thing, you know, open source is like that. You work on something, share it, and up to you what you do with it, right? That's what the license does. It says software is provided as is, and there's no liability or anything, you know, up to you, and I owe you nothing, right? So it's great that they adopt it, but at the same time, I don't get to feel like I owe anything or, you know, and you don't get to owe me anything either, you know. I don't ask anything of System 76 or no users of the library, anything, you know. This is a gift. And if you want to use it, cool. If you don't, then cool. That's also cool. That's it. Oh, come on. It has to be done already. Oh, come on, Windows. Yeah, Windows is the slowest one. Takes 8 minutes. Didn't usually take that long, I think. Wonder if something changed. Oh, well, yeah, 10 minutes sometimes. Yeah, I guess it just depends. Okay. This one passed. So let's do it. You're welcome. I just enjoy doing this. So yeah, it's not really like. Okay, cargo. Let's publish core. Then futures. Let's double check and make sure that nothing else has changed. Core, futures, widget. Yeah. All right. Makes sense because we've just added documentation for widgets and mostly that's it. Yeah, maybe because of that. I don't know. Maybe GitHub throttles. And then yeah, the root crate and that's it, I think. Let's go. It's also super cool to see what System 76 has done with ice. It's just insane. Like I've seen the Cosmic D and how good it looks. That's iced. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah. So kudos to them for sure. All right. Well, that's it. Release, right? There you go. I013.1 with the new README and everything. Cool. Now we just wait for the docs to land, which should be, we even go about, I think. Then you go builds, then you go queue. You go. We're there. All right. So now I'm going to tag the release. In my laptop. Okay. Done. Awesome. Cool. All right. Well, I think it's time to call it 7 a.m. Yeah, the cosmic applications. Yeah, super cool. I like to see them in the here in the used by. Sometimes see them pop up. Some cosmic apps. Yeah, cosmic calculator, for example, right? Yeah, it's cool. Anyways, I think this is the end of the stream. This was a long one. Thanks everyone for joining, and I'll see you soon. Probably in the weekend, or I don't know. We'll see. Have a good night, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Take care. Godspeed.